consume me, I let it control me. I'll always be lonely, I'll never be fine. If life is a movie, it's always so boring. Where is the story? I hope it gets better with time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. It's better with time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. 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 Time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. I hope it gets better with time. I let it consume me, I let it control me. I'll always be lonely, I'll never be fine. If life is a movie, it's always so boring. Where is the story? I hope it gets better with time. Yeah, I hope it gets better with time. to get it back for us. You take your time, then let me know if you wanna stay or if you wanna go. I know you have difficulty knowing me, but you don't have difficulty showing me that we just need to get away. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in places, sing together, please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. We haven't got unlimited time. Sun is out and you get to your prime. We're falling for love, we're falling for lust, we're falling through everything. You see the summer's getting closer. We don't feel like we are getting older. So show me what you have to bring. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in places, sing together, please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything.
Alright everyone, welcome back. I'm Winter, and it is September 29th of 2024. Thank you guys for being here so early on. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. Today, we're playing StarCraft with commentary. Thank you, since we were last here. Flavor Bro, Van Zerk, Kennyman, Smozzles, Dodgeless, yes, and celebrating September, where Twitch will so generously add some extra subs on top. We're doing an Angry Coach Marathon. We reached the goal yesterday. I'm going to pick out 5 replays from the God Replays channel on Discord for free to start, but The rest, you can skip the queue by gifting subs to the people or other various means of sending me money, but if you want it for free, well, time is money, friend. But at least 5 games to start, assuming we can find. I guess I have my replays, so just disappointment. Where is the Discord? Here's your first bit of angry coaching. Fucking figure it out. If you can't figure out one of the basic parts of the internet right now, you're probably gonna have a tough time playing one of the most difficult games. So, if you can't, maybe move on. Marvin. If you go to zombo.com, you might be able to find more information. And also, for the low price of gifting 5 subs to the people. Alright. Because I'm feeling generous, I want to see if it works today. Only ate 48 hours. Yeah, don't miss out. Oh, I'm not missing out. Let's see what the loot box gives us. They loot box switch. Just the one. Ruined. Wait, did that work though?
Yes,
Okay, I guess so.
Just as I deserve.
Yeah. Alright, time to pick out those games. We'll see if we can find 5 people who actually played StarCraft in the last, you know, we're gonna say, when was the last patch? I'm going back to reference because I don't feel like loading old versions of the game. So, past June. Past, yeah. Looks like the patch was
Yes.
early
Just
July.
as I deserve.
Thank you, Lightless Altar. Gifting 5 subs to the people. Did you have
subscriber has been acquired.
a link? Or I guess you could just post it directly in the channel thing. So we're gonna get them stacked up.
Was a dream at first. I got lost in your world, in your universe. I never thought our love would ever end. I messed up, made it worse, pushed you
I wonder.
away.
Of course, it's Kybrit. All right, we're skipping him because he didn't follow. Like there was one job.
Back all those things I said.
So we have 2 accounts. Oh wait, Kybrit got there. He eventually figured it out.
And go back to me plus you. I know that things weren't perfect, but I think it's worth
I gotta wait 10 minutes. That's a long time for you, isn't it? So, you can go to the Got Replays channel and post your replays. We currently have 2 whole people who have apparently played StarCraft 2 in these past 3 months. So, well, if Kybrit counts as a person. If not, then we have 1 whole person. But here we are. Sardaukar. A Diamond Protoss. The good news is I'm very bad. Moderately bad. Current season 388 games, of which won over half of them. Pretty impressive. I was making sure. I will say, make sure we're set up. A lot of people are playing this game, especially the pros. All right, then send your replays into the Got Replays channel. And there are pro players in this game? In video games? What does that even mean? Where do I send the replays? So, I'm always torn between, like, if people can't take any context clues or use their ears, should I even bother? But it's been a while, so I guess we give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, people need a lot of time to warm up to basic comprehension. Thus why so few people play StarCraft on a regular basis. Where were we? Sorry. I figured out. Are you proud of me, Coach? No. I don't have a rank in SC2 because I'm not playing it. Ah, so you're the expert on how many people are playing it. Thank you, Daniel. Good to know. I was looking for the matchups here. Protoss versus Protoss, always a disaster. Protoss versus Zerg looks to be the biggest struggle. So we'll take a look. Here we are. Versus Merchant on Crimson Court. So, the basic things you need to be able to do as Protoss against Zerg is wall off correctly. Okay, not like Hero. I still think that's the wrong way to do it. by like a large margin. And I don't know why, but like there is a basic setup in how you wall off that you must do. And it's very similar on each map. It doesn't get like, there's not like a new setup. Very simply. So we'll see if he gets it. So here's how it works. This is what it needs to look like. That 2 times box, 2 times box, and then cyber core. All right, you should be able to line it up straight up, and then you jam a zealot in there, obviously. So any of these is interchangeable, but on almost every map, you can wall off with 3 of these buildings. All right, it's not that complicated once you know what to look for. You got to turn on the build grid, so that way, well, if you are able to actually look at the little squares, it'll give it away. But there is no map where you can't wall off with 3 mid-sized buildings. Well, 3 basic buildings, because gateways, almost all tech buildings besides the Dark Shrine. Anyways, I'm not saying you do it wrong, but I'm saying that's the most likely place we're going to go wrong here to start things off. And that leads to many, many troubles down the line. All right. I realize now we're gonna have to move all this. Move down. You can see the production tab. All this other shit on the screen. Okay. Fine. Where's that? No. No. Well, we realize it eventually. You get the cyber core on 20. Maybe. Not sure what that guy's doing. You get your second gas, so that way you can get any of that silly tech that you're going to misuse. The cyber core is definitely late. I think that works. I think so. It looks odd though. Usually you want to leave the gap in between the first gate and your cyber core, so that way if you're desperate, now this is not a required thing, but that way if you're desperate, you don't have to walk to wherever the gap is, and it's generally easier to make sure you don't die to Zerglings. Now that's unlikely to happen in this game, just a general practice. So far, pretty good. Workers. Not sure why we're building a zealot there, but is that... was that not a wall? Or are we just making sure? I think it's fine. Whatever. All right, here's what we're gonna do. So you can, this may come as a shock. I know you're a Protoss, but you can use control groups, not to just control your buildings, but also for your units. So that way you're not trying to jump your camera around magically to select those units. So in order to use a control group, you select the unit and then press control. I know, crazy. And then pick a button. I see you've already got 3 and 4 there, so that proves you can do it, which makes me question why you won't. I eventually get up to 1 control group, usually. Yeah, eventually getting up does seem to be your MO. Might I point out, it's actually much harder to not use control groups than it is to use them. Getting used to using a singular control group just for either your Oracle or your Adepts will make it actually more efficient and take less APM and less stress than having to find them on the minimap and pretend like you're not going to use the select all army hotkey. Because the extra difficulty here is you're scared to deselect the fucking Oracle, because now, the moment you do, you're going to have to go swing it on back in order to select it again. And that's why you're only building 1 out of 2 potential probes. That's why there's no other pylons. This will have, like, you could get over here, you could put on your Max Pack's face and come harass the Zerg workplace with your Adepts and your Oracles, but on the home front, you're neglecting your children, which may not be a unique experience for you, but is not ideal for long-term efficiency. Who's going to take care of you when your economy gets old? No one at this point, because you're only building 1 probe, no pylons, no additional infrastructure. Oh, but I can use 1 control group eventually. All right, well, League of Legends is right fucking there if that's all you can handle, because this is optimistic at best and disappointing at more likely. But anyways, yeah, tell me about how it's so hard to use control groups, yet you're trying to micro 2 different... Anyways. And see, now the real point here is, it's a 2-pronged thing. It's not that the Oracle control is bad. I do desperately and early on, as eloquently as possible, want to reiterate, it's actually way harder to not use them. This is like saying, what I like to do, instead of like scanning, instead of emailing you this document, instead of learning how to use the fucking screenshot key, I'm gonna take a picture of my screen with my fucking phone, like I'm 69 years old, because I don't know what the fucking print screen key is. Look, right there. You see what you could do with it? All right, with the print screen. And now I'll even give you the pro fucking tip over here. You can use Alt and print screen. It'll print screen the window you're currently selecting. And then from there, you can use fucking movie magic to point out how stupid your comments are. Just like that. The wonder of technology. It's so efficient. Maybe try it sometime. Anyways, good Oracle micro. You have 1,200 minerals and 4 minutes. Fuck off. That's enough. Get them out.
Shame.
Moving on.
Shame.
That is why you are not improving. You have 3 Nexi in the bank. I have 4 minutes in the game. That's it.
New subscriber detected.
Speaking of disappointments,
GLHF.
we have Kybrit. Does the game need to be a loss? I believe he lost that game at the end, but it doesn't matter why, because if you're not going to fix the problem of having 3 Nexi in the bank at 4 minutes, it really doesn't matter what the counter to lurkers is. Because I'll guarantee you, using 1,200 minerals earlier would leave you in a much better position than whatever you ended up. I don't even know if it was lurkers. I'm just suspecting. Probably. It looks like it wasn't. He just died. Doesn't matter. I don't build units and get supply bot a lot. That's 100% my biggest issue. Well, probes and pylons. Alright. So, Kybrit. Gonna do a proxy factory against Terran. And then not leave enough space in order to build his tech lab to proxy a tank. Up against someone who went NG Bay first. Classic tactic. That is the level of play we're at. Jimmy! I have a thing for this. And yes, we're gonna sit here and wait. Because it'll be worth it. I don't know if there's volume on this. If there is, I apologize. And here we are. Hmm. 1,200 minerals, 500 gas. This is an So considering his income is 1,000 minerals per minute, the fact he's banked up 1,600 at less than 5 minutes, and the only reason we're going further is because unlike Sardaukar, Kybrit has never learned. In fact, he's actually managed to get worse, like significantly so over time. He did the age-old strategy of eventually getting enough battlecruisers to undeservedly win the game a lot, but now he tries to be creative by doing the same thing that everyone who's been creative has done for the last 12 years, and it goes worse.
Your army is getting hungry. Build them more depots. Research is done. Add-on.
Yeah, of course. What a game. Oh, he's just going battlecruiser.
Minerals at that base.
Are we looking at the right people? Yeah.
Mineral.
Never mind.
Research complete. Upgrade complete.
Nobody's expanding to their third, which is a classic part of Metal League gameplay. Never ever take your third, it's way too scary. If you take a base, so the thought process is, because we don't use control groups or like camera locations, the first two bases, easy enough. But third base, that's way too much movie. If you put your base out here, one, they might not find it. And two, if they do find it, you don't feel responsible for it because it's too far away anyways to defend. So that's the thought process. Both removing responsibility while also pretending to play a strategy game.
Upgrades done. That commander, your research is done.
How did he...
Out of minutes. Your unit.
An impressively even battle.
Upgrade complete. That geyser is fresh. Upgrades done. Vespene geyser exhausted.
Turret's well known for countering battlecruisers which can teleport to any location on the map.
Out of minerals. Mineral. Great base is under attack. Your supply block upgrades done. Dead. You just upgraded your units.
Armed and ready.
Look what's my last upgrades the base is being. You've built a fancier command.
I like how they're both just building battlecruisers as like That just something as a matter of course. You know, you can take the battlecruiser out of the build, but you can't take the build out of the battlecruiser. Right, they're both pretending to go bio while actually going battlecruiser and throwing away hundreds of Marines. So I guess matchmaking does work. No, it's already shame. Like, this is not coaching, this is just buying time for and waiting for people to post replays that actually have any interest in improving at the game instead of those who've actively devolved over time. But mildly entertaining in that time.
I see minerals. I see gas. Out of minerals. Idle workers. Out of minerals. Idle work. Guys are empty. Time to move to
35 supply. Wow.
Your SCVs are being harassed.
What are the upgrades? 3-3-2-2-1. Meanwhile, the other player 3-3-3-3.
Place morale.
Well, looks like throwing away medium-sized groups of Marines without medevacs into everything didn't work out in the end. Aw, shucks. Can't believe it.
Shame. Shame.
Those explosions you hear.
Shame.
Your base field.
And his description was, "This is me trying a real bio build." Might I add, it was a proxy factory liberator. So
Your SCVs can't mine.
well, shame. An impressive play. Managed to lose far more units than I thought he would really even be able to build, but yeah, no attempt at all. Now, maybe a little more entertaining there, but moving on. We got in the Got Replays channel on Discord. Now, if you'd like to skip the queue, or you have a suggestion, or you just want to give me money with the loot box system, which is why we're here, you can give 5 subs to the chat here on Twitch. And if you're on YouTube, you can like and subscribe and also feel neglected. Slow-mo at 3100. Yes, I want to 3100. He means 31 minutes into the game, because we can't. I assume we're looking at the Protoss and not another Terran turtling to.
It's about
Okay.
time.
Gold! July 2024. This is borderline. I'm not sure if this is before or after the patch, because if it is, if I have to load into an old version of the game, I won't. I do ask. The game was played within, I know, it sounds crazy, 3 months. The patch was in like early July, I believe. So you get away with it this time. Can you talk to us about your name? You need to have recorded games? No, you just need to plug the replay in. SC2 Replay Stats is just a replay aggregator sort of site.
SCV ready.
I'm Justice Guy. No. That's I got that. Never mind. All right.
Additional supply.
So we're gonna go Barracks, gas, scout. Okay, alright.
SCV ready.
Classic. Okay. Alright. So, you saw a gateway and a forge. What does that mean to you? Like, what do those buildings say to you? I scouted. Good job, me. Because that seems like the vibe here. Not, maybe you could have cannons. Today it says void rays. Alright, well that's fucking stupid, but sure. Then it said void rays, then cannon. That's what the forge said. That forge is speaking in weird tongues. So usually you go with the orbital first, but close enough, I guess.
Command center upgrade
Okay, so
complete.
the Reaper shouldn't, but it definitely could win the game on its own here. Where did the second pylon, or not the second pylon, the second depot? Oh no, you wait, no, you're still supply line. Never mind. Okay, so here's what you want to do. Build SCVs. Alright, thank you for coming to my TEDx talk. Okay, so here's what you do. You build SCVs. Those are your basic workers that you build. So you should do that. Because if you want to just micro one unit, once again, League of Legends is right there. So, otherwise... What I love here is we're on his camera. Okay? We are on his camera, the player camera. This is how he is micro... Do you have like a 69-inch TV you're playing on? Or what the fuck? What are you doing? How can you stand microing this Reaper while it's about to go off the top of the screen? Alright, so technically the game is won. So even though we've only built like one SCV, how many kills? That Reaper managed to only get 4 kills, which is impressively low consider. So all we did was have 5 idle SCVs, 0 other units in production, nothing out of the factory, no second orbital, but we did get 4 probes. So how many SCVs if you had just shot your own Reaper in the face? So here's my question. So as I say in any of my guides, which clearly you weren't able to find because you have the comprehension of a Gold League Terran, as I say, the Reaper is a cameraman. It does not have a gun, because as soon as you try to micro it, well, so an SCV takes 12 seconds to build. So if you kill 4 of his workers, let's do the math here. All right, I'm just going to sit here and watch this command center. Not even the second command center. How many SCVs did we fail to build?
Command center upgrade complete.
0.5.
SCV ready.
That's 1. 2. 3.
Our
4.
SCVs are under attack. Add-on.
5. So, you lost 5 SCVs microing that Reaper. And also, you had 5 idle SCVs. So was that Reaper micro worth 10 SCVs for that amount of time? Do you think you got 10 SCVs of damage? But think of the emotional toll on your opponent. All right, think about that. Because clearly, that's the more important thing. I have my natural, though. Not that you know it. What is it doing? What value is this giving you, Mr. 5 idle SCVs and no orbital and no SCVs building? You're not mining. I have my natural, though, yeah. Which is why I'm saying your Reaper should have just committed Sudoku into the cannon. All right? Go fight the cannon, fucking die, and then worry about the actual game. All right? If you wanted to go play a micro game, League of Legends. If you wanted to say stupid things in the chat like you're doing right now, again, League of Legends. But instead, if you want to learn, maybe focus on your base instead of whatever clusterfuck he has. Who could have saw that coming? And, okay. All right. So what did you see in his base? Irony in a box. You did say to kill my Reaper. I did. What did you see in his base? You got in his base. He scouted the whole base. He's walled in. He literally can't have anything else. Cybercore. All right. Little more than that. Okay. Cybercore you saw with your SCV at the front. You did not need a Reaper for that. And also, seeing a Cybercore is like a stalker. Okay, all right. Go on. I'm gonna need you to do a little more work here. Come on. You got there. How about the 2 fucking Stargates? How about the 2 Stargates your Reaper was sitting next to? Were you scared of Void Rays, or did the Void Rays show up out of nowhere? Did your Reaper scout the 2 Stargates? Oh, yes, right, of course. Yes, I saw those. Yes. All right, fuck this guy. Fuck off. Shame on you.
Shame. Shame.
I'm done with it.
Shame.
Still enjoy. Back to satisfactory nuclear power building. Yeah, that has less toxic waste than this shit, though.
To satisfactory nuclear power
He rage quit. Well, he's like, I slow it down at 31 minutes when I kill all his Void Rays. The fact that game goes to 31 minutes is a testament to the ineptitude of mankind. I'm not wasting another 25 minutes of my life on that. Roast me. I don't think you posted the right replay, my good sir. Or did you? You did not. Oberon. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't seem to work right, so... just post the account then. Or your account's private on SC2 replay stats for some reason. I'm not sure. Okay, time to get roasted, says, I don't know, I can't see your name on Discord because I have stream. Are you the Protoss? Lazy cat. I killed 90 supply of Tempest with a nuke. I thought it was cool. I'm sure it was. We're not here to show mediocre highlight videos, though. With people who have the awareness of someone who loses 4 probes to a Reaper. It's like, oh my god, that toddler couldn't escape when I got in my Cybertruck. It's like, what are you trying to say? Did you see mine? Oh, Mastermind was first. Mastermind. I did miss it. All right, we got a Zerg. Diamond Zerg. Again, someone claiming to be about 1k MMR higher. I don't recognize his name, but it might not be on NA. Are you still accepting replays? In the Got Replays channel on Discord. No guarantees unless you pay me. Subscribe today. Or gift 5 subs, actually, because we're doing the loot box bullshit. How do you fast click between your main base and expansions quickly? Camera locations. Which... just use the camera hotkeys command on Twitch. Somebody go find my tutorial on it. This is a reference? Got more references? I've decided today is a teal day. We played a few months ago. I was genuinely curious. This guy's like, I don't even know who you are. It was the camera hotkeys command. Okay, so first thing I'm noticing is an intense camera flippiness, which is fine until your zergling speed is late. Because you're distracting yourself.
Nope.
Yeah, that was 40 gas late. It's like, no, but look how fast I'm just like Sarah. Oh my god. Oh yeah, maybe I should do one action to get zergling speed. Come on, it's fast? Yes. But slow is smooth, and smooth is fast.
Queen. Runda's here, and she's disappointed.
Not the only one who's disappointed. I usually get the speed. That's what you tell all the queens, isn't it? I swear I'm never usually this slow.
Queen's all done. Good choice.
You got 300 like, come on, bro. You gotta be able to get to the 3-minute mark without running into a brick wall. That's the sort of brain damage that I assume stunted development as a child. And now why you're here as a diamond Zerg getting supply blocked at 36 out of 30. How many times have you gotten a 36 supply? There's not even an overlord in production. Like, this is a hard supply block at 36 supply. This will slow down. You need more queens. For one, you have enough money for 2 more queens that you cannot build right now, which will slow down the rest of your potential defense against any sort of competent Protoss who's going to do like Oracle or something, but this guy's doing like a fucking Adept Glaives. Obviously, it doesn't help. And getting supply blocked as Zerg hurts more than any other race. Because if you can't use your larva, you can only build 1 queen at a time. And if your larva starts banking up, it's wasted. Alright? Like, unlike with Terran and Protoss, you can at least queue some stuff up. You have other options. It's not great. But like Warpins, you can just do a whole round. But larva doesn't come back. So you're sitting here with 3 larva. Like, this slows down the rest of it. It's not just, it puts you a little behind now. It has reverberating. This is why when Zerg players in pro games, even though they don't take much damage, if they get slowed down a little bit, suddenly all those little edges add up. Because it's well calculated out exactly how much you need to barely defend things. And when you run face first into a supply block and have 600 minerals in 3.5 minutes, well, it's gonna make it a lot harder. Alright, we're gonna get the roach horn in 4 minutes.
Your swarm is now bigger and broodier.
There it is. Yeah, at least we got that. Yeah, so let's keep flipping the camera around some more.
A new queen is ready.
Okay. It's all well and good to flip your camera around, but you aren't actually doing anything. You haven't done a goddamn thing. Your queen has enough energy for 2 injects. This other queen has enough for 1. This queen has more than enough for 1. You don't have to wait. You could queue them up. What are you doing? Like, it's like a compulsion. Like, let's count how many times you flip the camera and do nothing. I can forgive it in the first minute, but there are actions to be done now. Like, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like, you're not even you're selecting the hatcheries and then doing nothing. Like, do you need to get your nervous ticks in? We built, what, a drone? What? Inject! Inject! What? You're just going to have less larvae. Do you want more larvae or more APM? Because it seems like there's a distinction between these things right now. They usually inject? How? They usually... You sent this replay. So either... Which one is it? Are you not capable of remembering which games you played competently or not? Or are you not capable of figuring out how to consistently do it? I don't know what they are. Muscle memory. So... They're not. This is just a waste of time. You're literally putting in more work to do less stuff. But, yeah, why are we here? Do you want me to continue? Because this is clearly not an indicative game. I'm sure this never happened. It's only this unique game that was sent in.
Queen ready.
As opposed to any of the other ones where I'm sure they all work perfectly.
Hatchery cooked up a fresh queen for you.
The later part is good. But how does that matter? It's like, well, if my opponent is incompetent enough to let me survive to recover from my own mistakes, then, well, I guess matchmaking works, and you will improve very slowly, if at all. Roaches, yes. There are the injects.
The enemy is attacking your swarm.
That was nice of him. Now we're spending the money. Not that there's that much of it with 39 drones. Fourth base isn't a bad idea. Lairs eventually remembered. Got their supply block. Poor Obi.
You engage the enemy on purpose.
I'll have more drones. A bit optimistic, but fine.
A new queen.
Now, moment of truth. Lair is done. Total of 2 creep tumors. Let's leave the criticism to someone competent. So that rules out you, chat. I'm not worried about the creep spread. I'm worried about the flipping around the camera locations without injecting. If we're creep spread doesn't matter much if you're not building as many units as you could be. That is secondary. He's supposed to have a queen control group. What I assume he's doing is camera locations and then selecting the queen. Because if he's using base camera and then not having a queen control group to rapid fire inject, well, that is just gross incompetence. But I do prefer the camera locations as the option. I think that's what he's doing here. Most of the time. Sometimes just flipping over it, but... Roach Hydra is fine.
A new queen is ready.
Yeah, it gets better later on, and now, it's the economy, stupid. So many players, and to some credit, there is some competence here. But so many players wonder why it's such a struggle in the later game, when they essentially cut off one of their legs in the early one. It's like, oh no, it's so difficult to deal with these Protoss armies. Like, I have to try so hard. It's like, well, whose fault is that? It's the Protoss's fault. Uh-huh. The Protoss who did the quarter-assed glaive to depth shades.
Your precious base. Oh no.
I appreciate try not to use select all army hotkey, but if the choice is use select all army hotkey or lose your entire main to 2 units, gotta bite the bullet somewhere, I think.
All done evolving. For now, anyway.
Okay, so while I can forgive not having queen inject keys, not having any queen keys, on the other hand... Okay, I want hello? I want everyone to pay attention. It's fucking stupid. Alright? At least we're building 4 more. But queens don't even get select all army.
New subscriber detected.
You need to hotkey your queens. Like, so what Cyril always does, well, Cyril has like 3 queen hotkeys. And Cyril is still the standard for any Zerg who's not playing against Clem. Alright? Because Cyril you can actually follow, because he only has like 2 to 3 times your APM as opposed to 7. Also got an ad. Look at all these plebs in the chat who aren't subscribed getting ads. Alright? And the reason we run ads is because otherwise Twitch would run them when people try to log into the stream. Pre-roll ads. So they created the problem, pre-roll ads, and then they sold you the solution, which is running ads on a regular basis, or else you get pre-roll ads. Nice of Twitch to do that for us. But, yes. Now, if you want to be so generous as to gift them subs and get some bonuses here for September, well, I'm sure there will be at least several competent people in the chat and a whole bunch of undeserving ones that will receive it. Otherwise, just laugh at them while they complain. Hotkey your queens.
Evolution. Queen's all done. Good choice.
At least, like, all the ones not injecting.
Your brood is under attack. Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Nice.
This is literally like going in. You're missing an arm and a leg. One arm and one leg have gotten very strong, but the other arm and leg aren't existent. Not hotkeying your queens, just saying, oh, the early game's always shit. Well, if your early game is incredible and your late game is poor, you're going to win a lot more games than the opposite.
Your swarm, your drones are under attack. It's a disaster. Under attack. You took
Oh
all
my god. The theme of tonight is, if I'm lucky, I'll try one control group. Two is right out.
mineral.
I've always, just a side note, for any RTS in development, and pretty much all of them you know of, I have advocated heavily for, is a select all army on screen button. I think that would be the greatest quality of life increase while barely affecting pro play for both StarCraft and any RTS. Now, some of them have it. Like a lot of the Age games and Bar. But SC2 does not. But select all army on screen is my biggest wish list. Like, what you could do is technically just box the whole screen and then click out your drones, but that is a very convoluted process. Okay. He, of course, didn't have anything in the wall, because how many control groups does our Protoss friend have? He's pretending like it's two, but we both know that's a lie. Well, I guess the warp prism is not. I want to know where that warp prism is. Oh. Yeah. Just wanted to see.
The enemy strikes.
Is that a Phoenix announcer? Yeah, every time he selects his army, it's all of it. Crazy. You know you don't need burrow for lurkers, right? They come with it. No. Okay. All right. Okay. So, you're about to finish your lurker den. You don't have a hive. You see as a bunch of immortals and archons. In what alternate universe are you going to win this fight? You know, maybe if he micros too hard. What are the upgrades? No, I'm pretty sure it should get... Well, no. It's not worth it. Oh, yeah. What am I saying? Sure, he doesn't have charge. But, okay, so what's the units lost? Before this fight, let's look at the units lost. 33 to 38.
The swarm is threatened.
Now you sideboard.
Dedication will be rewarded.
Okay. The moment you see that Colossus and those Immortals is when you back the fuck up. Alright? Especially because here's what you do. Before you fight, inject, Overlords, creep, and then production. Inject, Overlord, creep, production. You're maxed out, so you don't need that. But did you inject? Yes, you have some. Could do more. Where also, why is Burrow on this one? This should be building a hive. Creep, What else could we be producing? Well, you don't have much gas, so maybe we should get any more gas. There's a lot of things that could be filled in here. The very short version of all this is, do not fight with the unenthusiastic hand job of Zerg compositions off creep here. Roach Hydra against a nearly maxed out Protoss with Immortals and Colossi just is not very good. Like, this is not complicated.
Mineral patch is gone.
I don't know if I have a graphic for this, but I'm gonna quote myself in all my wisdom. The difference between a platinum, a diamond, and a master Zerg. A platinum Zerg will lose a fight and then realize what they should have been doing. A diamond Zerg will realize what they should be doing, proceed to lose a fight, and then use it. And a Masters and Plus Zerg will actually get the stuff they're supposed to get before they lose a fight. That's the difference. And we're in Diamond. So what has happened here? We get the Lurker Den. We get maxed out. We get ready for a hive. And then we go lose our entire army before using any of those things. So you are solidly Diamond, my friend. What's the units lost? It went from 500 to a 1600 gap, which is not as bad as it seems, but a lot of that was Hydras. Pretty much every Hydra died. Those are expensive ass units. And did we kill any Immortals? Any Archons? Any Colossi? I doubt it. Maybe an Archon or two.
Under attack. All done evolving.
Is this when we go Lurkers and pray they don't know how to make observers? Everybody's favorite moment. Okay, to be clear, if he walked across the map right now, he would win the game. Easily. This army easily beats your army. Once again, let me be clear. You have lost the game, and it is only through the benevolent incompetence of your opponent that you are not dead. All he had to do was walk up and A move. He's sitting there, 4 Immortals, 3 Colossi. Don't even bother caring about the Disruptor. He is GM MMR. And that makes his units better. Somehow. He has better units. Like, did he pay for them or something? Do you think GMs are good? This is why when, like, I'll cast... Who we throwing at? Lambo versus Cure. People ask if these are even pro gamers. So I guess... It's like, this is the rank 8 versus the rank 17 player in the world. It's like, yeah, but it's not Clem versus Cyril, so... And yes, he's a ladder Protoss. Remember when you got 30 Zerglings in his main because he didn't have something in the wall? Let's not put GMs up on a pedestal. Alright. Remember when you got 30 Zerglings because he didn't fucking wall again? Like, this was a good move. Considering your situation, this was a smart move to use what you had. Though, you should be doing anything else, but...
You engage the enemy.
And you get a recall.
You took all the minerals from that.
No upgrades on the way. You already maxed out on upgrades, right? You've got +0 ranged attack. I mean, just get a hive. Just get a hive and lurkers. Not now. I mean, now is good, but 5 minutes ago would have been better. We get it, bro. You run by.
Your swarm is now...
The probe more effective because the units don't automatically attack it in the shield battery. That the hero discovered this as well. Is guess what doesn't get selected by select all army? Genius.
The enemy is attacking your bases under attack.
It's actually a pretty genius move. That is playing into your own handicaps.
You engaged.
I know it's gonna sound crazy, but Vipers exist. and he doesn't have any Templar. Like, if you could learn to use your army and Vipers, these hotkeys are making me so sad. Here's the problem. There's some hope here, but I fear you're too set in your ways to actually learn what you need to improve. Because this seems like we learned about 80%. It's like me playing piano. Yes, I can read the notes. I've learned it at some point in the childhood when I didn't give a shit in the past. But do I have good habits that allow me to play anything remotely complicated now? Not important. Like, it would be better to unlearn it all and relearn it from the ground up, because I'm seeing a lot of habits that are ingrained and very hard to break
What would Brenda do?
without accepting you're going to lose dozens, if not hundreds of games.
Your swarm is now bigger.
I gotta say, the Mecha Ultras look sick.
Your brood's stronger now.
You know what you're supposed to do, but I don't think your hands are following along. What's the best place to learn stuff from the ground up? Thing is, he already knows. This is not an example of he doesn't know what to do. It's just he's not doing it. Because he's too worried about winning this game instead of winning the rest of them. Does that link actually bring you to my channel, or does that link bring you to an Indian YouTuber of Call of Duty, my friend? Yes, I checked. He was there first. It's Winter Gaming TV. And it's also Winterstarcraft. This game is still going. We spent a lot of time on it because it was our first competent example. I can help Winter with piano. Did I go to someone's piano channel and say, hey, coach me in my piano playing for free, Mr. Piano Player? I'd like to learn some good... Is that what I did? Is that the context clue? Or...
The enemy is attacking your swarm.
Nah, well... I don't hate Blinding Cloud there. I like how in a panic, you've accidentally hotkeyed... Well, hotkeying the Vipers twice is the terrible idea. But we're putting a lot of effort. It isn't the worst control. This is really an abduct situation, I think, but Blinding Cloud isn't terrible with this many Ultras.
Base under attack. Did you build it all in the rain?
It's working out.
Your swarm is threatened.
The fact you used the Vipers and didn't lose them immediately is a plus.
Base under assault. Brenda, the enemy is attacking your swarm.
Though, Farm Boy, do you have a YouTuber who's like me, but for piano? Maybe a bit more concise, because I ain't watching fucking 3-hour-long YouTube videos all day.
A mineral field has... Extractor depleted. And now the drones are sad. Mind out of that closing. And still in the game? Nice.
Work on control groups. We keep coming back to that. Charles Cornell. Oh, I know that one. My clickbait inspiration YouTuber. You can blame him, guys. because he actually does. Like, it's not clickbait if it's what it says. It's just, you gotta mask it somehow. Because people don't want too much information. Then they think too hard, and people don't like thinking. Alright? Pro tip. Example. Who's this guy? He's used it a few times, it looks like, as well.
You engage the enemy on purpose? The enemy is attacking your swarm.
Farming views now with React videos. You're watching a React video right now. I'd like to think, just like he does, I add to it instead of just being like, oh my god, look at how broke you are because of all the poor decisions you made in your childhood. I mean, early on in the game.
We're under attack. Your brood is under attack.
Speaking of immortals, yeah, at that point, you need no attack upgrades on the Broodlords, more Vipers. You know, the second half of this game was like, okay, so we're gonna have to do some math here. So the first half of the game was a D+ for mid-diamond. But the second half, I'd actually put it at A-. You did everything right. Theoretically, you did execute it very well, but I wouldn't have disagreed with the tech choices or the timing for what it was. And that's going to put us B-, which means hope. Anything above a C. So the hope score is an arbitrary indicator that I come up with on the spot and has no sort of quantitative basis. But what that means is if you play a medium amount of games, which I'll say about 5 per league per week. So 5 for bronze, 10 silver, 15 gold, 20 platinum, 25 diamond. And it's about 5 games, let's say 4 games an hour. If you're not willing to put 5 or 6 hours into something per week, do you expect to improve? If so, you lazy fuck. But
A new subscriber
in this case, it's going to... The problem is this is going to be hard improvement because it needs to be a lot of games and not caring so much about losing. That is the key point. Not so much caring about losing in the early game because, very simply, that's the problem. But, yeah, we spent some extra time on that one, but it was our first hope, so I needed some positivity in my life. Where were we? Oh, yes, Lazy Cat now. Now a Protoss. Have a nice night, Mastermind. Yes, the thumbnails that... Wait, what was this? Low Diamond. Against Terran. Don't worry, we'll eventually... Eventually we'll ease people into it. We'll get there. They gotta get used. Are you trying to... No, do not Reaper wall on this map. There are 3 Reaper jump locations. Don't, just... You know what? I'm gonna go so far as to say don't Reaper wall at all, because 90% of the time you're probably gonna fuck it up for no benefit. Why do you have a Nexus on 0? Tell me that's a different hotkey and you're not just like, I learned my hotkeys in 1999 and I'm never gonna change. It's a mouse button? Fair enough. Foot pedal? Honestly, I wouldn't mind it too much for buildings. The best guide videos from me, I think, are the low APM challenge ones. And I have them for different levels. The only one that seems to get shown to people is the Bronze League Terran one, which has twice as many views as either the Protoss or the Zerg. Which, you know, tracks, because Terran is 50% of the Bronze League, so... Actually, statistically, Terrans are heavily overpopulated in the Metal Leagues. More reference points. You're like, well, Terrans only make up 36% of all StarCraft players. No. In Bronze, they make up... That's actually lower than before. Well, Bronze is not really Bronze anymore. Doesn't really count. Silver is the new Bronze, because Bronze is usually bugged out. And that's more like it. There we are. 42. Still not as high as I thought. 42% Terran, 20% Zerg, and 29% Protoss, with 7% randoms mixed in there. Let's go to gold. Not as bad. Platinum, this is where Zerg should overtake a bit. Not quite. Still Terrans. Alright. Diamond. Still Terrans, but only barely. Master. Terrans. And Grandmaster. Oh my god. The Zergs have really... Well, it's always been Protoss. But the fact that Zerg is down to... Oh, yeah. I believe... Okay, Season 44. Was that when the Queen got nerfed? I believe so. Yeah, so for those wondering why Protoss are so prevalent at everywhere but the very final rounds of tournaments, is they're very good in best of ones and best of threes. Especially on the ladder.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Has Sarah lost a Glemkime for a new Terran nerf? Yeah, like last time we nerfed Terran by making the Widowmine a little easier to spot, and also making every single one of their upgrades for all their units cheaper. Which was a hard-hitting nerf that really affected their gameplay. Maybe next time what we should do is allow Liberators to just start with range, but Mules last 5 less seconds. So that way we can balance it out. And also, the Cyclone should be reworked. I'm imagining, what if the Cyclone, instead of treads, if it, like, didn't move quite as quick, if it didn't have the lock-on, but it had, like, a range upgrade, and it was really solid at maybe, like, ground-to-air missile sort of thing, so it was good against, like, oracles and, like, early air harass, but it wasn't so good against the ground. Oh. We have the Goliath at home! No, we don't, actually. We don't have the Goliath because they added the Thor, which is like a super Goliath, but it doesn't really...
Research complete.
Here comes a really bad part of the game. When you realize that Reaper wall was completely useless. What is the 9 key? The Micro versus the Reaper? Citizen, attack with the... Well, I was gonna say you're still building probes. Okay, so on the bright side, neither player is doing anything but staring at this Reaper. 800 minerals and 300 gas, 870 minerals and 400 gas. So, just know that while a Reaper's in your base, nothing else is happening. Everyone has stopped to deal with this Reaper. Which, yeah, that makes this look underwhelming. Matchmaking works is the summary again. Are you shooting at your own probes? Remember, this game is over 2/3 real time and less than 1/3 strategy.
Finished learning.
I'm pretty sure you could afford safety batteries at this point. The fact that you don't have any pylons near your mineral line, this base, I don't like it. It's not good. You're doing something resembling a decent blink build, but it's only resembling it. Oh, you are oh my. 1,300 minerals for the Terran, 900 for the Protoss. This is what it's all about. More shit counters less shit. Either you have more than your opponent, or you don't. Oh my god, he uses the middle mouse button as a control group, and that's his control group for the army? What a weirdo. Who uses middle mouse button for something you need that's actually important? I have my drag scroll camera like doing this on a side
Your
button.
dedication
That's
will
mostly
be
for
rewarded.
casting, but... Thank you, Kronos. I like how we're just watching. Ah, yes. You know, that was pretty good. Could have gone a lot worse. Speaking of... let's leave the blink mic. You know... What about the one in the natural? What about it, bro? That was very lucky. Thankfully, we weren't building too many probes, or there probably would have been more stacked up. Let's see. Need to rebuff Widowmine Radius.
Mineral field depleted.
That is a full chrono boost. That is 100% chrono. That's too much. Spend your chrono. What are we doing? I like this, like... This game's been crazy. Like, just a once around the base. We've got warp gates off cooldown. Like, just spend about 10 seconds taking stock of things. Alright, second robo. Forge. 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 Extended thermal lance is fine. Forge, I'll also accept gateways. I will not accept trying to figure out where the medevac went. It already dropped its load, okay? How strong would Protoss be if Adepts no longer require a cybercore? They would be broken. You know, here's a crazy idea. Allowing them to do 1 more damage against light. So that way they two-shot Marines and SCVs. Instead of literally doing 1 less damage than they need to do so. Which was nerfed specifically for Terrans. You're like, well, that would be crazy. They're way too strong. It's like, oh, so it's just fine against Protoss and Zerg, though. Yes, because Terrans have to try harder to build workers. Okay. You know, if you want to buff Protoss, you don't do it by buffing fucking more annoying harass units. Nobody wants to play with this shit. Okay? Nobody wants to be spending their entire day dealing with that. They do not want that. That is not the way to play or design the game. Yes, the intern is bringing SE2 to the Game Pass in November. So, how exciting. How do I put dark mode on Google Docs? Anyways. I'm blinding myself. Here's how you fix Stalkers now do more damage. In order to slightly buff them. Specifically against things like Zerglings and Marines. Blink takes longer though. Well, I have a version that my dark mode thing isn't working, but I swear I had it fine before. I don't know why I can't see shit. Oh, there we go. Better. So here's what you do. I gave up on this a while ago. Stalkers now do more base damage, but do less damage specifically versus armored. So their interactions with things like Marauders and Roaches are still the same. They have an upgrade in the late game that requires a Dark Shrine, where Stalkers gain anti-air range, like the Thor. It is a late game upgrade to help against Broodlords and Rage Liberators. Immortals now have more base damage, as opposed to a huge bonus against armor, allowing him to potentially two-shot Marines and Zerglings. Well, they already two-shot Zerglings, to be fair, but... So that way they're less of a, oh, I happen to be hitting the wrong thing, now I'm fucking useless. The mothership is now immune to abduct, because it's too dummy thick. Observer is now created from the Nexus.
Automatically relaying. Thanks.
It requires a robotics facility. So, like all the other races now, you have to decide between economy and detection, as opposed to taking up army build time. Or detection. The Warp Prism no longer has fast warping. At all. But the cost is reduced to 200 minerals in the health, and health is slightly increased. There's no more warping in Zealots instantaneously almost. And the pickup range is reduced. In order to make it more like a shuttle, less like a super pilot. And we now, Tempest now deal plus 20 to mechanical with an upgrade. So instead of trying to deal with buildings, you actually clear out the things you need to hit. The Sentry, Guardian Shield increased by a token amount so you can feel better about yourself. But more importantly, the Guardian Shield buff now lasts 3 seconds. So that means when charge lots step one toe out of it, they no longer lose the benefit of the Guardian Shield. Guardian Shield is now an aura that still has a duration. But the problem with Guardian Shield is it encourages you to literally create a death ball against one sentry. It's literally a death ball because you stay in the radius. If you don't want a death ball, you need to break up the death ball. Anyways, none of that shit's ever gonna happen. Let's rework. Therefore, the Cyclone should be reworked.
The minerals have up and gone.
Where are we? Who needs to scout what the Terran's doing? Because the Terran can't even scout what the Terran's doing because he has 2,000 minerals and no way to spend them.
Research complete.
Your dedication
Okay.
will be rewarded.
Lazy Cat, what's your ideal late game army composition?
Happen. Wise words to live by.
The point is, do we have a vision for the future? We're just making random shit. Stalker heavy with disruptors. Interesting. All right. I'm not saying that's necessarily good or bad. Well, you're going to need more than 6 gateways, but the upgrades are way too late, but I guess in the scheme of things, it's fine. Now, we're definitely going to want to hotkey those disruptors separately, otherwise you're literally going to shoot yourself in the face. Well, I think he got more Terran than Protoss there, so... Wow, that was a... Hit the SCVs! So this is why you need more than 6 gateways, but... So this is... StarCraft is a battle of who has more shit. And both players have... So you have 18 zealots in the bank, which is potentially 36 more supply, and he has 64 Marines in the bank. So right now, if everybody was spending their money, it would be around 136 to 130 supply. Very approximately. So that is the amount of missing pieces here for both sides. Storm is real optimistic, my friend. Now, Phoenix, just build more gateways. Okay, here's 5 gates per base. You might be like, can't you only support 4? To which, no, 5 gates per base. All right? You have 6 gates, and you're going on 4 bases. 4 gates is if you actually warp in a timely manner. So let's be a little honest with ourselves here. You're pretty good about building probes. You got 82 of them. Haven't lost too many. I'll give you that much. So I'm going to give you benefit of the doubt and say 5 gates per base.
The minerals have up and research.
Not a fleet beacon. Not another robo. Not pretending like Storm is the option. The easiest version by far is being able to warp in 20 more zealots. There are way too many moving parts here that we both know are optimistic at best. But sure. Alright. Disruptor control. Very fancy. Those zealots are like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? These SCVs are clearly dying to the Colossi and you just wiped out half your zealots. But, yeah. Well, Terran's not leaving. That Phoenix usage. Is this why we're here? Ah, yes. So, this is Diamond Terran in a nutshell. I'm actually not sure which point he was dead.
And they're out of here.
I like the angry punctuation, though. Just like mashing the keyboard so enragedly that he can't seem to get a single real sentence out there. Fair enough. Yeah. Most polite Diamond Terran I've ever seen. I'm gonna give this one it's a B. Because you had the baseline. You had the economy, for the most part, and you had the unit composition. And I think you'll move up to at least Diamond 1 if you keep playing. But more gates, less fanciness. Why are you so fancy? Just build like 40 more charge lots and win the game way quicker. He'll get even more angry. I gifted 5 subs hoping to skip these. Did you? You did. Oh, thank you for politely waiting to bother me about it. Yes. We have a non-pleb who gets first in the chat. I'm bad at camera keys. You weren't spamming them for no reason. Ah. Masters TVZ versus GM. No, we're not. You're gonna need more than 5 subs. You know how I know this is a long-ass game? Notice the timer. It's past where it would be an hour mark in StarCraft time. But we'll see at which point we cut that off. I think the mistake a lot of wannabe Clems, I mean like Masters / GM Terrans make, is focusing too much on the multitasking instead of the main army comp. Like, I can drop 4 places at once. Instead of, I can build the right army to get across the map. I also am vulnerable to this because it feels so fancy. I speak from great experience.
Command center upgrade complete.
I can't micro, don't worry. That doesn't stop people from trying. Did you build a Marine? That was a Marine. That was a Marine. Nice. Where are you going?
Add on.
I mean, yes, checking the gas, but he was already trying for a third, so I guess he could go Roach 1. Are you not gonna just go Banshee anyways?
Command center upgrade.
SCV ready. Ready to raid. SCV ready.
And if you are going Banshee, where's the tech lab?
SCV ready.
On your racks, that is.
SCV ready.
Viking? You greedy... Is this mech?
Raise some hell. SCV ready. SCV ready.
I told you I can't micro. Fair enough. So put the training wheels on. The tactical jump wheels.
SCV ready. Ready to plunder.
Do you want to win games with half the APM of your opponent? Let me introduce to you the battlecruiser. Work smarter, not harder.
Command center upgrade complete.
Ready to raise them?
Add-on.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Are you really gonna run it by? I would say save this for when the battlecruiser finishes. It's better to have anything to distract the queens than it is to dart in and then have them be entirely focused on the cruiser when it comes in. Then again, I guess you're not going to be able to pull back in time. No. It doesn't matter, though, what he has. You're going battle. It's not like your build changes. No, what you see here. I guess if he had a layer done with a spire on the way, but he can't have that. I'll forgive this kid. You got plenty of money. I guess it's worth it to get an idea of what he's preparing for. I like the wall, too. The one Angie Bay in the wall. Well, clearly we're going back here. Now, this is a bit more dramatic philosophy, but I'm a big fan of dropping mules in the main as much as possible and just mining it out as quickly as possible, because it doesn't matter where you put them, right? Because that way you can move your orbital if you get desperate without having to build a new CC.
Ready.
And also, they're less vulnerable.
SCV ready.
Also, if there's something like a Nidus later, then, well, there's less to worry about. So you scan the main, saw there was no spore, and you're like, I'm gonna go to the natural. You probably won't expect that one. What is this jump? What are you doing? The main base was wide open. You jumped to the natural. Not like it's hard to get over there, but
Yes,
I'm
yes,
quirky.
yes. Just as I deserve.
Where's that Buzz Lightyear meme? Look at me and my original build. Tactical jumps.
A new subscriber has been found.
Don't just let it go. It's a battle cruiser. Stop microing it. It's your laser bathtub. You just tell it where to go. I don't want to see any more micro. Stop targeting drones. Just kill the queen. It takes like 4 seconds. It's actually obscenely quick. Stop microing your battle cruiser. Please. Just let it kill the queen. Stop! Like, you literally have a laser bathtub that shoots at everything in range, and you're over here. You tried to steer the rudder on this thing. You're supply blocked. Hard supply blocked. The battlecruiser is gonna shoot no matter. You're literally, when you retarget, it actually stops it attacking. You are making your battlecruiser worse and fucking up at home. Like, stop! Stop microing!
Additional supply depots.
The
required.
only time you micro is if he has a spore done. Otherwise, you just float on by. Or if you lose this to queens, I'm turning off this 48-minute replay. Because there's absolutely no excuse for that.
Additional.
How many kills? 12 kills? Fine. But if you had just jumped in, like, if you just glide on by, you would have got to quit. It still did amazing because it's almost impossible for battle cruisers to do poorly, but
Supply depots required.
if you want to go build a Banshee. If you want to be a fancy micro Terran and pretend you're competent, go build a Banshee like the rest of us. Okay? If you want to build battle cruisers, you're signing up for like a tower defense style auto battler. Alright, you go that way, battle cruiser, and that's its whole that's it.
SCV ready.
I die when I go Banshee. Yeah, Banshees
Research complete.
will punish you for microing poorly, whereas battle cruisers have twice as much HP as they need to not fuck it up.
Ready to roll out. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Ah, we're gonna try to do some multi-prong pressure here, I see. Hey, he's got the, Hydras are not anti-air, by the way. Fun fact. Speaking of tower defense, I like the double tier wall. Dude. Did you jump? Or you just feel like losing both your cruisers? Alright. So they both died. I thought I jumped. You literally had one job. You saw he had 10 queens and a spore, and you're like, yep, seems good. You only have like 2-3 units to control at that stage. Okay. So is this going to be one of those that a Zerg doesn't actually win the game, but certainly doesn't lose? So this could take a while now, as we know. That was about the worst you could ever do with the battle cruisers. Congratulations. Those upgrades are remarkably late. Your opponent has 2-2 done. Your upgrades are Yamato cannon. So... he's building 8 Vipers. What do you think he's doing? Like, what are these scans revealing to you? What are you going to do differently? Build Thors?
Mineral field.
I'm 90% sure at this point it's the Zerg player playing tower defense as opposed to... unless he actually runs out of money and you win in 30 minutes, which I will be even more annoyed at.
Add-on.
How many SCVs? Oh, he has 101 drones, so the army supply... I don't think you could actually beat that army with 75 Zerg army supply. I don't think it's possible.
Mineral field completed. Upgrade add-on complete.
Even if the entire army is blind, the Hellbats might do it. Jesus. I can't see shit. The entire army is blind. Well, I guess I got my wish. It's literally every single unit that can fire right now. The blinding wave.
Ghost reporting. Ghost reporting.
Ghost Thor siege tank.
Mineral field depleted.
Much more fun. Well,
Mineral field depleted.
Zerg has the rest of the map, but 5 bases is
Upgrade.
what upgrades? You just give up on those?
Destiny
Okay.
visor exhausted.
Didn't want them anyway.
Mineral field
Did the Zerg just select all army for 2 Hellions? Beautiful day. Like 8 Vipers went and chased down those Hellions.
It's heating up out here.
So the actual answer to this army is Zerg. Is Broodlord, Infestor, Viper, Spore, Queen. Good luck. That sounds hard. Yes. If Zerg uses 3 spellcasters to barely counter the Terran's 1, none of which of their spellcasters are particularly good at damaging, while the Terran one can actually has some of the highest DPS without even using its spells. As long as they can do that. Now, or they could make 100 Banelings and roll into planetaries a few times and still probably be fine at this stage, but... Or that, I guess. I don't know how many ghosts died, but you could definitely hear it. By the decibel level, it was a decent amount of them. No detection, though, because they also have cloaking devices. Because that's, yeah, necessary. 20 Ultras! Well.
Vespine Geyser exit.
I like the NG Bay walls.
Mineral base. Our SCVs are under attack. Research.
Who would win?
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
What am I watching?
Vespine Geyser exhausted.
Oh, now we're getting... You know, you never got 3-3 mech, but I guess ghosts are the best mech. The most important part of the mech army. The ghost.
Ready for dust off.
Also the best part of the bio army.
Command center upgrade. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Base is under upgrade. Vespine
Casual
Geyser
push-ups on the bases. Ah, but he's got Broodlords now.
Base is under attack.
Jesus. I mean, what do you want from me? You've got the army. The way to make it the most possible annoying is add a few liberators in. But either the ghosts win the game or they don't. It doesn't matter how much Zerg has in the bank, because technically ghosts can counter every single bit of it on their own. It's just... It's easy enough to catch them out of position, but if you don't, there's no real counter. Because ghosts technically counter everything that counters them. It's just a matter of whether you're able to do so in time.
Add-on complete.
There's the liberators. Leave wall off engineering base.
Ready to plunder.
Just build some more command centers like a normal Terran.
Depleted. Command center upgrade.
How many orbitals? There's only 5 orbitals.
Vespine Geyser exhausted.
Terran broke, GG. Yeah, for the Zerg, right?
Mineral field depleted.
He can't afford CCs? Give it a moment. What? Oh my god, don't upgrade on those. You can't lift engineering bays. This isn't the Brood War. Are you also using a mouse button for your 0 key?
Upgrade complete.
Somebody, get me out of this.
Base is under attack.
Yes. Uh-huh. Oh, here come the ghosts. Oh my. Who would win? Massive war beast that costs 6 supply, an arm, a leg, and are like a full half of the army. Or some fancy witches with sniper rifles. What a silly question. Why did Kerrigan even get kidnapped? She ran out of ammo. Didn't you see the cinematic? They fixed that design flaw by giving them infinite ammo rifles. I thought snipe got nerfed. Yes, it takes one more snipe now to kill an ultra. Which, when you have 27 ghosts, means you can only kill like 18 ultras instead of 22. It takes the same amount of snipes to kill a broodlords and infestors and overseers and hydras and lurkers. But ultras are a tiny bit better. Yes, build more ultras, Zerg. That'll be the counter. That'll do it.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
He's now building the entire menagerie of spellcasters, but I think it's a bit late.
Mineral field.
Ah, there are the banelings. Do you think the answer is to make snipe double the energy? I think the answer is make ghost 3 supply. That is the simplest one without actually changing any of their interactions. Like, more dramatic ones are, like, making snipe break cloak or EMP having drop off with splash damage, but I think the simplest change is make ghost 3 supply. So that way you can't build as many of them and the rest of your army. Because right now, well, so that means every 6 ghosts you could have 1 less Thor, which is not that crazy, but beautiful fungal. Here come the banelings. They do nothing. You know you could just land. I don't know if you can land during fungal, actually.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh yeah, for reference, disruptors are 4 supply. Yeah. Disruptors well known for being way more effective than ghosts. Ah, Ricky. I also proposed ghosts in my spiteful balance patch that was up there. Hitbox increased by 10% to make them more microable, aka make them get caught on each other a little more. which they did. This was a direct spite for the Disruptor, which now is easier to pick out because it has a larger model size. Not hitbox, just model size. No, I'm sorry, the other way around. The hitbox size is larger, not the model size, which means they're more spread out and easier to tell how many are off cooldown. I propose a similar change to the Ghost. It's a super Terran unit. It should be a little larger.
Complete.
So we know where this game is going. What's going to happen is eventually the Zerg is going to run out of options. They did a while ago. Now they're out of gas, and the Ghost, like, if they didn't break it before the Terran had more gas in the bank, it's only going to get worse from here. Our Terran has succeeded in playing tower defense for 30 minutes, and now will be rewarded with murdering all of the Zerg.
Mineral wheel attack.
Half the negatory. Ready to...
Vespine geyser.
Man, deep.
What do I have in my silly proposition? I think I had a real proposition, though, for... Oh, yeah. Cyclone. Fuck off with this bullshit. Siege tank. Now immune to abduct in siege mode. Widow Mine is now the concussive mine, which does significantly less damage but applies a slow, like concussive shell. The Ghost supply cost increased and hitbox size increase. The Raven gets the flashlight upgrade, where it does no damage, but it acts like it's attacking so it doesn't fly into its death. And then the Hellbat and Hellion get a different upgrade that's not Blue Flame, but instead Concentrated Fire, which is Infernal Pre-Igniter for the Hellion and Armor in Range for the Hellbat, as opposed to an extra bonus damage against light to make it more of a tank and less of a DPS. Concussive Mine like a mini Time Warp? No, like a Marauder, but in an AoE. It's the same effect and wouldn't stack. So that way you could just reuse the same effect as the Marauder and just apply it in a larger radius instead of a single unit. Nothing for Infestors and Vipers. Infestor. Slime Ball. Not for the Viper, though. I guess. Infestors get a Slime Ball attack. Doesn't do damage, but makes them feel gross. And keeps them 6 range away, which is more than a Roach, but is similar to a Hydra.
Base is under attack. Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
My big thing is Muta's having 5 more health. That's actually the change that I wanted the most. Which means they no longer get one shot by snipe or Widow Mines. Wait, that might not be true in the Widow Mines. And then the Spire costs less, but the Greater Spire costs more. To bring Mutas back slightly.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
What am I watching over here?
Command
So,
center.
yada yada, this is taking too long. We already knew where this was going. I don't know, fine. You turtled well. I feel like the Zerg really didn't want it. So I'll tell you, as the Zerg in this position, you know what you're supposed to do. You know you're supposed to play this War of Attrition, lock them out of like a 5th base, and just keep hammering it while being efficient. But you really don't want to sit there and fucking nickel and dime with Vipers into Infestor Broodlord for the next 15 minutes until they eventually bleed out. But if you don't do that, where do you end up? Here.
Base is under attack.
Well, that actually went pretty well for him because... Yeah. How many? So, right now, it's 27 Broodlords. Going on 32! Which is all well and good until they just started building battlecruisers again. Oh my god. Wait, does he have brood upgrades? He does. Thors don't seem to care. Yeah, it'd be all good, like, burrow some infestors. Scans entire map at all times. Ah, yes, but it cuts into their economy. Yeah, okay. My god. Well, at least the ghost died. Here's the thing, when you make broodlords, then what? I like the not even giving a singular fuck about the parasitic bomb. Like 2-3 parasitic bombs and fungal, and the battlecruisers are like, well, that was annoying. Did not even bother microing them. Now that's the micro you should have done earlier. I don't feel like playing this long is fun. It is for the Terran.
Upgrade complete.
Who doesn't love killing endless swarms of Zerg? And also, it's a lot more stressful in-game. They're both at 300 APM. For the Zerg, it's like, I made a huge mistake 15 minutes ago, and now I've been regretting it ever since.
Add-on complete.
That mistake was trying to win the game without slowly turtling into mass spore crawler broodlord infester. That was the mistake.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Jesus, that army. The Zergs had 5 drones, which is not enough. Oh yeah, you can just jump out of Parabomb, I forgot. Sure. We are limiting games to less than 25 minutes past this point. Because nobody wants to suffer like this. Can we see the losses? Not in this replay interface. Just the total losses, but it's 75 to 57. Because the Zerg didn't actually mine out all the bases on his side. Like, I mean, he mined out most of the gas, but there's still a few minerals out there that he definitely didn't pick up. Not that minerals are very helpful now. I guess queens. But now you're dealing with Battlecruiser Ghost Thor. Literally, each one of those units individually is incredibly difficult to deal with. All 3 of them together. Good luck.
New subscriber detected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amazon Prime, for the Bozo bucks.
This is gonna be one of both. It's gonna be hope, because you clearly know what you're doing, but it's also shame, because of what you are doing. Is tactical... I had to swallow my shame long ago. 142. I like how you didn't lie and he took your word for it. But I'm sure he was looking for a way out a while ago. Well, congratulations. I guess you won? I award you no points. Shame. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Shame.
That guy was top 60 GM. I do think he was somewhat trolling after the, like when it was like 8 bases to 4. But then he never switched into winning mode. Because you built 20 ultras, and then you didn't die, and then it's like, well, shit. So, to your credit, I guess. Alright, we have Oberon. And this is a incredibly 10 times, almost 10 times shorter game. So, Oberon is a Platinum Protoss, which we need, we desperately need to switch it up here. I don't know if we had any more people trying to get theirs. Let me know in the chat. Oh, I see you, Kronos. You're next. After this palette cleanser. Gifted 5 subs. Try to remind me between the games. I'll try not to be too annoyed about it specifically. If mutas were good, Terrans would complain. And Terrans will complain about lack of complaints, alright? Just look at the YouTube comments whenever anyone who isn't Clem is playing and losing to Zerg or Protoss. It's like, oh, not complaining about Terran now that they landed 2 disruptor hits and won the game against Beyond. Maybe we should nerf disruptors. It's like, alright. Like, Terrans embody the saying, like, you're not wrong, you're just an asshole.
It's about time.
Going Nexus before Cyber is a bit risky, but fine. I give subs to Skip. He's gonna skip some, not all. Mostly because I didn't notice it. I'm sorry about that. Keep more alone. We could try Hot King the Stalker. Like, if you're feeling crazy. But that's the day we're having. Okay, so. Oberon, how much does the most expensive Protoss tech building, like basic tech building, cost in gas? Pop quiz. How much is it? $150. Correct. So why, my friend, do you have 326 gas? Explain this. I cannot. Good answer. So, there's your biggest, easily fixable mistake. The moment a cyber core finishes, you need to, even if you can't get your tech that second, you need to know what... Okay, now here's the real test. So now we've established that. Now we're going to establish how well you can actually learn anything. What? You're about to build something. What is it? This is a test of whether you can remember your own game, and therefore have a baseline level of knowledge in order to improve on it. Because if you can't even remember what you did, you're not going to do it any better the next time, and if you do, it's just purely by accident. So what are we doing here? Robo and Twilight. Okay. Which is, you want to get, okay. So the Twilight should be first, so that way you can get Blink. And then you get 2 more gates, so the gates finish with your Warp Gate, because if you don't start them by the time Warp Gate's halfway done, they won't be finishing with Warp Gate. And then you get the Robo. But it feels like this is going to be one of those, we're going to get all the pieces. It's just going to take a long-ass time to come together. Which is better than nothing at all. Oh, yes. Ah, a very satisfactory production line you have here. Those 3 gates are very important. I main Factorio. Of course you do. No, not there. Not, I mean, fine. Does it not fit with your, does it not have the right feng shui down here? This isn't even walling up. This is just... As I mentioned, it does feel like you know what you want to do. You just don't remember it in the heat of, you know, playing any actual games. So these are all right, just not as right as they could be. The plus one's a bit optimistic, but fine. Now, okay. Build units. No. That's gonna be a no from me on the Templar Archives. You can't just go Twilight into Blink with an Observer and then +1, and then a Templar Archives. Your army right now is 2 Stalkers. That is not enough army. And even if you do finish the Templar, like... You need to be warping in whatever... No, not a 3rd. You still haven't warped in any more Stalkers. You have 2 Stalkers. That is not it. That... This isn't a no-rush 10 minutes, is it? No, not also a Robo-Bay. You need to build units. An Immortal.
Your research is complete.
Oh, and a 3rd Stalker. We're still missing that. No, you don't need more gas. You need to warp in units. You see this? All right. It's time. You're even selecting it. Let's see it. Yeah, some Templar. Oh my god, he's getting Storm. You notice the army move out with the Observer, right? You're not just gonna die because it shows up and you were completely unprepared. Don't stop microing. What are you doing? No! Where are you going? Okay, so, I award you 3 tech points. Every 5 minutes, I don't know how to put this. For every base, you get 2 tech points. All right? So, here you go. A tech building includes the Cyber Core. So for your first base, Cyber Core, Twilight. Those are your 2 tech points. I'm trying to phrase this in Factorio fashion. Because right now, you don't have the throughput in order to... Like, you're wasting all your materials. Except you're not. You still have 1,100 minerals, so you're just floating minerals. But... And then you get your second base. Get yourself a Robo and a Forge. And it's not until the 3rd base finishes in your mining do you get tech points 5 and 6. And then you can get your Templar Archives and your Robo Bay. But you only get 2 tech points per base. You don't get... You went for 6 tech points and 0 units on 2 bases. And that is why you're dead now. Even if you defend this with your... Like, by the way, why did you get the Observer if you weren't going to... Let's go back. Let's go back. And, just in case you're wondering what went wrong here, a more specific issue. If only there was some warning that we could have heeded. If only there was some tell that he was moving across the map. Unfortunately, there was no warning, and they showed up completely unexpectedly. Okay, so here's Here's a tip that I actually really like for training mini-map awareness, which is something that is not... it's kind of copied from the AI. What you do is you put a probe on patrol. Okay? A probe, not an army unit, so that way in case you select army. A probe on patrol at the outlying bases. Okay? 2 probes. 5-minute mark. And you patrol from like here to here. It doesn't really matter where. The point is not so much actually patrolling there. It's that your eye is drawn to movement. So that way, you just over time become more regularly you're looking at the minimap because your eye is drawn to movement. So that way you're creating the movement and therefore the incentive to notice the minimap more often. I'm not sure how effective this is as a training tactic, as I've just over tens of thousands of games gotten quite good at the minimap, but it's something to at least think about, thinking about the minimap, which seems to be a lot more than you're doing right now, so. But the major point is, if you're warping in on cooldown, even if you just had 5 more Zealots before this push, not Templar, Zealots, it's likely you hold it, because those are non-combat shield Marines. Like, it's like 1 tank. I think he has combat shield by the time he attacks, but... Set a timer and look at it on the beep. I don't like that as much, because it feels forced. Like... I don't like it as much as kind of... Because the minimap is not really superficial, but, it's almost a subconscious thing that you shouldn't even be paying attention to until it's needed. I'm not explaining it well, but maybe try it and see if that helps for you. But when you lose a game because you're like, oh my god, where did that army come from? Try to figure out whether or not you actually saw it coming and missed it. So even in this scenario, your first instinct when he shows up should be, oh yeah, I have Storm finishing in 4 seconds. Maybe I should back off. Not, kill tanks! Kill tanks! Ah! Which I assume was. And oh wow, offensive GG. Diamond Terran's really out in force tonight. Oh, this is Platinum, I guess. I don't blame you for not... I thought that was you for a second. I'm like, that's a bit early on it.
Enemies in your base. Don't worry, it's not about...
Alright, some credit as well for the GG. So, for... What is this? Mid-Platinum? 2,600. Or 28-ish. So, working on that. I'm giving that a B. Alright? You know what? I'll even give it a B+. Because all you need to do... Especially for Platinum, that's easily Diamond if you build units and don't just tech up instead of, like, the basics are there. It's a lot easier to have too much infrastructure and economy and then fill in the gaps than it is to build up more in time. A lot of people, as we saw earlier, get focused on microing 1 or 2 units and slow down the rest, whereas having too many bases and too many probes and not enough units is a lot easier to fix. I'm in ad breaks. Yes, all these ad breaks coming up for the plebs. Somebody just clip it and show them what I said, or tell them it's a slight thumbs up.
Hell, it's about time.
Ad in the middle of an explanation on this Twitch sellout day. Can't believe it. Thank you, Flurboy.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
We had Cyber Chronos, who is, I don't know, Plat 3 Scrub. So, Platinum Protoss. So, just about within 100 MMR of the last game we saw. We'll see what sort of issues we have with this one. Oh, that was Hope, by the way. Add another one to the Hope tab. All right. No more Reaper walling. It's not... I don't even think it's worth it for pros. This might be a personal opinion. It definitely is. But I don't think a Reaper wall is worth it 90% of the time, even for pros. Like, the amount of times the Reaper wall becomes a liability as opposed to a benefit. I certainly don't think that a Platinum Leaguer should be worrying about it. Like, where would you wall? Well... Pylon, Gateway, Cybercore, and then the Reaper can't get in that area. Actually, some players will do the Pylon here, which slightly blocks mining, but also allows you to build tech back there and stuff, so... The also other key part of that is you can build a shield battery in your mineral line if needed, especially since your second pylon usually wants to be at the natural. So that way you don't have to fill in another pylon to potentially build a shield battery or have any warpins in your main. What about his second guess? Are we gonna scout that? Did you notice he did or didn't have it? No, we scouted. Check. Box checked. Okay. Well, the second pylon's on time. I get where you're going with it. Usually you want it at the natural, but it's not needed. Having it in time is already a win. Also, is that even a Reaper wall? Can you fit a Twilight in there or something? It's just more like a... It's more like a Reaper foyer. You just went with the idea of a Reaper wall. It's like, he'll be so intimidated by my sick architecture, he won't come in any further. Also, Warp Gate exists, and is possibly the most important upgrade in the game for Protoss. It is more important to get Warp Gate than a Robo in time. Every second you're over 50 gas here. Okay, so this is a waste. This is too many pylons. It's very important to maintain a strong pylon efficiency and necessary infrastructure safety rate. That is what you want to maximize. And right now yours is, it's not ideal. You're you're at 27 over 46 supply. If you put all those pylons in the right spot to start, like one here, then one at the natural, you're overbuilding now. One, you forgot Warp Gate, which is kind of a huge deal. Two, you're wasting money on pylons, which are, and this is true, not units. You know Warp Gate exists, right? Are you doing mineral If I see you do mineral micro while not building Warp... Okay. If you hadn't gifted me 5 subs for this one, I would turn it off right now. Because I'm watching you micro probes with no Warp Gate in production. Which is a severe hazard to my mental health. I will say that. Why are you building a shield battery? What are you defending against? Why is it in the very front instead of near the mineral line?
Glory to the Dame.
You're like, well, where should I build it? Okay, that's a Robobay. Where should I build it, Winter? I don't know. I've never... How am I supposed to know any of these things? All right. There. That's how you build your base. Enhance. There. Just flip it around, obviously. There's a Stargate up to the north side of that gas geyser. Let's see if we can see it there.
I'm chasing them down.
If the observer's any good.
A Stargate.
Yeah. There's a Stargate up there. I took exactly 3 seconds to look at any pro game to give you that. You know, I'll give you this. He went for the battery in front, but that's because he was dealing with a 1-base Cyclone Reaper play, which he scouted beforehand. Not a casual 2-base 1-gas Terran. You need 3 gates on 2 bases. You've already spent all your tech points. You don't get to spend any more tech points until you get those gates. You will simply not have any units. Like, I better not see you spend it. No, 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 you can't go 3 Nexi on 1 gate. 3 gates. Just get 3 gates. I would say by the time Warp Gate's halfway done, but that would be a difficult metric with you. What if we go 2 Robo instead? Don't. Just don't do that.
Research complete.
Why are you getting Colossi? It's like, well, this seems like a good unit. Well, they are. Okay, like, it could be worse. At some point, we'll remember the gateways. Yeah. At least we got them before any other tech, which is good. So the bare bones are there. But 3 gates before 3rd. So the reason why it feels like you don't have enough money, and it's a good problem to have, but it is a problem. It's because you're queuing up like 3-4 probes, which is enough. So you could do your exact build right now and not do anything else besides just not queue up those probes. In this case, bad example, but because that's an extra like 100-something minerals that is just not being used. Once again, a good problem to have, but Colossi are not very good, by the way. Like, they're scary, but they are not... You can't just get away with building only Colossi. They're not battle cruisers. There's the Twilight. The timings of these. So, everything could be a minute quicker, but the ideas and timings and setup is not bad. This is another example of having too much money and not even that, to be honest. Just the order's a little off. I heard from you, Thermal, you can beat GMs with only Colossi. Well, when you're a 6,500 MMR GM and beating up 5,500 MMR GMs, maybe. It's like... Which is the same as if I was playing against Platinum players. Do you think I couldn't beat Platinum players with only... Okay, it's not a fair example, but it's kind of... It's not too far off.
I'm here in the shadows. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Honestly, all the tech time... If you had gotten your gateways in a timely manner and set up your first pylons a little better, I would have been quite impressed. But the fact that Warp Gate was severely delayed and we didn't get any more than 1 gate for like 5 minutes, that's a big problem. 5 gates per base. 5. I need to see 15 gateways. Also, are you a Satisfactory, a Dyson Sphere, or Factorial player? What's the main? Hearts of Iron 4. Alright, somebody give me some judgment based on that. Does that require putting your buildings in a particular fashion, or is it just satisfying? This is a pretty beautifully laid out base. I will say, there's still space to move around while still covering a lot of it with pylons, though it's somewhat vulnerable to drops, but still. I've seen Uthermal use all ghosts with Terran. It doesn't make it easy. What? Well, since the Zergs went extinct, it's a little harder. And there are the gates. So, you always need more gates than you have. That's gonna be, well, huh. That's gonna put us at like 18. We're getting there. And that's like Immortal Archon is charge done, yeah, with double upgrades. Not a bad army composition. I will say, you said you're only playing for 3 months. This is an example of somebody learning fresh the right way. Now, the early game is quite shaky, but you're doing the right thing, which is not giving a singular fuck about what your opponent is doing and worrying about yourself. Unironically. And now that we're near maxed out, you can worry about your opponent again. So how do you break a Terran here? What you do, well, he has turrets to stop the Warp Prism. There's a planetary here, which you can beat, but probably not the ideal to just fly directly into or run directly into. Another problem here is when you have everything hotkeyed together, notice what units are selected. It's the Templar, which do not have energy for Storm. No Guardian Shields, no Disruptor Shot. The Colossi are distracted by the Command Center. That's a massive issue here. The Disruptor fires a shot. Goes a little short. And, okay. So, lesson learned, don't. What you do is you go over here, where there's no planetary fortress, and you fight over here. Okay? Alright, lesson learned. I'm sure we'll do that next time. That one Colossus spent the entire fight attacking the command center until this moment. Oh no. That was a very optimistic warping. So, I don't know if you checked, but he finished 2-2 the moment the fight started, which gave him an upgrade advantage over your units as well. And for bio units, that is very, very important, especially against charge lots.
I am here in the shadows.
So, that's fine. Let's see. So the answer is don't attack directly into a planetary, and also Stargate, eventually. Now, against very competent Terrans, it's not as good, but in this scenario, there's no reason not to just go either Tempest or Carrier. You're gonna have the map and the money. Assuming he doesn't have another base hidden out on the map that you haven't scouted, which he doesn't. He could, because it's absolutely no vision, but...
Upgrade complete. Assault data.
Upgrade complete.
Oh, crazy tactic. Go a different direction. I'm impressed. We're learning. Maxed out. I love it. All right. But there's another planetary. So those colossi are very easily distracted, as we're learning here. Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going to tell you what I've told literally every other player tonight that will not be heeded. Control groups, okay? So what happened there was, I believe you right-clicked into Range of Storm with your entire army. If your Templar were on a different control group, also you don't need to right-click to use Storm. But if the Templar were simply on a different control group, then you would not be right-clicking them all with your entire army. So this fight is fine. You will very, very likely just blast the planetary with the Immortals if you actually like, you keep microing. What I need you to do is not micro. You are a Protoss. Stop it. If you A-move, the Immortals obliterate that planetary in like half a second. You have, and this skin actually makes it very hard to tell, which is a major complaint. But since skins are disabled in pro games, it doesn't matter. There's actually 5 Immortals in here, which do approximately 1 fuck ton of damage to buildings, especially with +3. And he doesn't have building armor, not that it would matter, but I'm pretty sure 5 Immortals kill a planetary in like 4 seconds. Not anything else. But you are microing, which is such a mistake. Look at your Immortal. Look at them! Look at them! Those stupid idiots! And then, I assume... I don't actually know what happened. I'm looking for the command here. I can't tell if you actually right-clicked on something. You may have. Like a unit. Either way, it looks like you will kill the planetary anyways. Yeah. Yeah, stop microing. What I need you to do... you would literally do better if you merge. If you've watched any of my guys... you'll see Charged Lot Immortal Archon. And that's because what you can do is build that army and then A-click and let them go while you build another army. Because it might not win the game, but it'll probably do just okay. But what you've done here is take a relatively winning position and promptly right-clicked past it. Then my Colossus target that. Who cares about the Colossi are big-ass distractions. Your damage is not the Colossi. It's the Immortals and the Templar. The Colossi are distracting you. This army is not a Colossus army. It's an Immortal Templar army. But when you see the... also... then hotkey the Colossi separately. Or control click. Or, you know, don't micro. Stop micro. Also, it's fine if they're hitting the command center. And they're doing it anyways. Like... oh my. This micro. He doesn't have any ghosts. Stop. Stalkers are horrible. Charged Lot Archon. Immortal. The CIA build. Not more Colossi. So, you're now losing the game quite hard. What are those Thors? I love the Thors, though. Just mixes them in. Immortals, by the way, in case you want to know how to counter Thors. Okay. Your long distance body with the... you gotta kill those rocks. No, you can't do double Stargate when you have 200 minerals and 130 supply. The time for Stargate was before you right-click fast on planetary. Might I remind you, he has mass Viking Thor. He already has countered the Stargate. It's too late and early simultaneously. There, we finally get the Immortals again. Yes, Liberators are the worst. The Disruptors. Fire everything! Including into your own Stalkers! I don't know what you're doing. That was a right click. That will lose you another 30 supply. Yes, it's very hard to fight this, but you need to use control groups or stop using spellcasters. Take your pick. Because you are not getting enough done with the spellcasters to justify the amount of times you're fucking up your micro.
About time.
Because what's happening here is we're trying to move past and get those spells off. And it's the entire army instead of just the spellcasters moving. Because we have... Well, I'm pretending to have 2 control groups. That was about best case scenario. And here come the Raptors. Oh my. I have spent 115 months. Wow. What if he builds a Liberator? Archons. Bit late now. I think those are rapid fire weapons, right? Well, there's some pros and cons here. Charge Loud Immortal Archon. So, you get 2 choices. Control group your spellcasters, which includes Templar, especially Templar. Or just go Archons. Because your micro lost this game. I wouldn't say you threw it, because that would imply you were in a winning position. But any advantages you may have had, you threw away with that micro. He was not so far behind that it was like a massive comeback to defend. But it was certainly helped by the attempts at breaking those positions. Over half my APM. Wait, you're over here at 176 APM in Platinum? Simmer the fuck down, sir. Maybe check out somebody who made a guide series on getting to Masters with under 100. No, not your opponent. $170. I don't know what you're doing. Well, you're using it to right-click your units in the planetaries. So, I guess that's a plus. Or past planetaries, more accurately. Sentries, but no Guardian shit. I'm not gonna pretend like the sentries were the difference maker. It's a C+. At first, I would have put in the Bs, but there are some great habits and some very poor ones. So we need to use control groups. You have to have production. I bet there's as many games lost at the 27-minute mark as at the 7-minute mark, like we saw with Lazy Cat, just dying to a random attack because you have no units. Does typing profanities add to my APM? It does not, because you're not selecting or controlling any units. What do we got? There's X Big J's 2v2, but first, are you Flint Screw or Blinken Park? The Diamond. The Diamond Protoss or Zerg. That's gonna be hope, by the way. There's some hope there, but CIA build. Let's see. 36 dismantling. Okay, so he's the Zerg. Blinken Park. Somewhat amusingly, but which is very diamond here. I saw the forge in the production tab, but and by very diamond, I mean borderline platinum. So, advanced platinum. Here we go. You just gonna give up on that? You know, you need to send 4 down there. Okay, well, you know, it's not a bad defense so far. That makes it a little harder. 8lings on the way. I don't think you can kill all the pylons in time. Uh-oh. No, this ain't it. Yeah. Get the fuck out of there. 8 Zerglings are enough to kill a cannon easily. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a little finicky there, but it could have been much worse. Hmm. Yeah, the workers. It's 3 workers if the cannon just started. A lot safer is 4. But in this case, you gotta diagnose the actual problem, which is the cannon. But I think that was pretty well handled for what it was. A lair. Huh. Interesting. Not sure what we're gonna do with that. Oh, this is a YouTube chatter. Alright, well then, why are we building a lair? What is the intent? Because if you're gonna go for lair this redonkulously early, there should be some sort of plan. Because it is a massive cut to your economy otherwise. I wanted to Nidus rush him. Fair enough. Oh my god, he's got a cannon blocking the base. What a Protoss.
You made another queen. Nice.
So there shouldn't be much, if anything, back at home. Though, usually when you Nidus rush, you want to have more units than like a few queens.
We evolved. Stuff got better.
Which is what we're thinking about now with the Roach Warren, but... Now, I would put the Nidus... Okay, well that probe is very suspicious, isn't it? And that's why the Zerglings are coming out. I'd put the Nidus more at a centralized location rather than the back of your base, for logistical reasons. Like, here. It's alright. In fact, it's probably more likely to be scouted the back of the base than it is, like, somewhere in the natural.
forces are under attack.
Well, that's awkward. Yeah, so this is the least surprising thing, that he decided to go for a Stargate behind the cannon rush. Not a bad placement. So whatever you put in the Nidus first comes out first. You know how it works. That's just basic science. So that's why you usually would have put the queens in first. So that way you can get a... Oh no. Also, I'm not sure what the drones went in there for. Okay. Alright. This did not work. You now have... There are at least 3 drones. There are 3 drones in the Nidus. Which is almost 10% of your economy. So...
Our army be scrapped.
That's it. It didn't work. Alright? Nice try. Nope. Oh my god. Well, the better option, I think, would have just been slap it down at the front, in front of the wall, and break through. But this was a 1/3 assed Nidus timing. Notice how he didn't kill any of your drones, yet you're down... You're down 6 workers. That's because, and this is true, your build is very bad. Original intent was spores and spines with the drone. Optimistic. Okay. Pick one. Pick... No, you have 40 drone. You can't just go Hydras and... You can't just get the entire buffet of lair tech. If you try to go in every direction, you're not getting anywhere fast. You can't... You've now spent... I don't even know how much a Nidus costs. 150? Let alone the worm. Not enough, says non-Zergs, but I want to say 150. Like, I'm 90... Yeah, 150, 150. 150 gas. 250 gas. More for the worm. You got your 75. So 325 gas. And now 525 gas. You've spent 525 gas and have 0 units to show for it. The Roach one doesn't cost gas, so I'm giving that one a pass. But 0 units for 525 gas seems like a pretty shit deal.
Thanks.
You made another queen. Base is under attack.
Yeah, I mean... Well...
Evolution complete. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
So you're just getting a bunch of... It would have been better to just build only queens than whatever this is. You're wasting a lot of gas on units that do queens' job worse than them. Having like 20 queens walking across the map would probably be more successful than whatever this is.
Mineral field depleted. We evolved. Stuff got the minerals.
All right, hives on the way. We're really focused on those spires. I like the expanding to the outside we go. Don't do it. Nope, it's not worth it. All right. Really? Okay, then. Fine. No, no. Like, how do you counter that? That's the neat part.
Mineral field depleted.
I mean, corruptors are... Okay, you build a Scorcher. Viper is also helpful, but if you have to pick one thing, Corruptors are fine. Because it seems like he's not building Templar, so... Both of you are focused on your A-move capacities. The only danger is if he builds any ground units, but I think he's avoided that for most of his StarCraft 2 career. Ooh. Parasitic bomb would certainly be helpful. Let's see how it goes.
The minerals have up. Mutation complete.
Well, maxed out. You did it. Where are those Vipers? Oh my! Now, let him burn. Oh, the Vipers, of course, weren't gonna make it. No, don't fight while he's charged. He'll melt you. Okay. I guess this could be worse. There are the queens. 22 more corruptors.
Our army be scrapped.
That was a lot of carriers.
Base is under attack. Your forces are under minerals have up and gone.
Sometimes that's how it be. +3 carriers, like... If we had been able to keep the Vipers alive at all, and gotten the parabombs while fighting the carriers, but you kind of chopped off your leg by going for Nidus and then Nidus and then Hydra and then eventually Spire. You had the economy, but he eventually ambled his way to mass carriers, and that has a lot of momentum going for it. I think we all know what happened there. Doesn't need too much, like, fine. It was okay, but you can't just go 16 different directions and then eventually decide, oh, I guess I want to play a late game. Let's see. We got somebody uploading directly instead of SC2 replay stats, but we'll... We'll see. Bronze Zerg. I'm gonna give it some hope on that one, but yeah. Okay, first things first, build anything. Okay, not a spawning pool. That's... Okay, so you see those 2 drones? An Overlord? Yeah, we could have done that 20 seconds ago, but the second best time is now. Also, the Overlords can move from the very beginning of the game. First Overlord goes this way. Second Overlord can hang out, like, on this pillar. The third Overlord can go over here, and then the rest can hide in the corner. But Overlords, you can copy Cyril's placement, because your Overlords move the same very slow speed. Don't cancel larva. You don't get it back. It's not worth it just to get your pool timing at some... No, don't... Just don't do that. Just don't do it. You're gonna want to keep building drones. No, more drones. You can do it. I believe in... No, you can select them with the hatchery. You don't have to select them individually. Oh, no. No, you can use the hatchery hotkey to select the drone. Oh, golly. Well, so far nothing's been entirely wrong, but neither has it been right. But nothing that's like, never do this. It's just do this, but way, way, way faster. $600 minerals, a bit much. Surprisingly on point. Zergling speed timing. Just gonna need to get that mineral count down. Oh no. It was time. Yep. Here we are again. You got there. Good job in the chat. Here, I'm not a rapper. Platinum Zerg. Loading in again. Facing a Terran. Plenty of Reapers. How do I deal with all this? I don't know. What do I do? Spread the creep? Build the lings? Maybe some roaches? Lair tech could be it? No! No. Queens! Queens! Build some more queens! All you need is to build the queens! Air! Ground! In between! The answer you seek has always been queens! You incompetent fucking buffoon! Building lings like you have any style! But at the end of all of your days, you find yourself trying corrosive bile! At the end, all you need was right in front of you and almost free. It's queens. How many times? Karen, shut the fuck up! I'm freestyling! Queens. Queens. Thank you. Why are we building a lair with 670 minerals and 16 gas in the bank? What's the lair for? With no acknowledgement of the opponent in the game? I am highly amused by building the lair and then queuing up 2 queens at the natural to make up for it. That is certainly one of the options. Oh, we could build another hatchery. I know that sounds crazy, but it just might work. Alright, so the 24 drone, lair tech for no reason, roachling timing. Here we go! Now go, my minions! 1,300 minerals. No, oh no. He's microing. And nothing will be done until this battle is concluded. We have yet to use that lair for anything.
Mineral field depleted.
It's good to have it, though. Injects are pretty good. One on the way. I mean, the queens are really going at it. Terran, of course, doesn't have combat shield, nor any upgrades, actually. But he is building 3 medevacs at a time. So... that tells a story. Still no lair tech, but I guess we're spending the money. Ah, roach speed with tunneling claws queued up behind and some burrow. Why not? Throw that in there. And a hydra den. But what if we just gave up the entire main base and did a full base trade? There's a siege tank in here somewhere. Well. Huh. There's a bunch of larvae not being used. Well, that might be enough to stop this. Yeah, we've cleaned up the main. Okay. As you know, as a Terran, anywhere below Clem, it's far too scary to walk across the map, so all attacks will be carried out via medevac or tactical jump. There is no in between. What is going on in here? Very little. Is this a draw? Well, I mean, it's not a draw because Zerg can build units. Arguably, he has 15 drones to 0 SCVs, but Terran has enough for 4 more command centers, so... he's got an orbital out there.
Mineral
okay.
depleted.
Does he know? He knows what mineral walls are. Okay. So we can go through there. There's no other way. Well, you can go through the rocks as well, I guess. But make the drones do your work for you. There you go. 3 hours later. Is there a way to lose this game? It's possible.
Mineral field depleted.
Unlikely. Impressive. Well, that was quite a game indeed. Seems like matchmaking working pretty well. So, you're allowed to control group units. You can use the larva from the hatchery tab. You don't have to manually select the larva by, like, clicking on it. You just... lair should have a purpose. And, well, this is so early. Like, there's hope here, clearly. But even for bronze, it's like a B-. Because... when you face a Terran player who knows what literally any upgrades are, then it could be trouble. Hotkey queens to minimap inject your hatches, my boy. Don't listen to people who name themselves the last bong lord in chat. Or just chat in general. You don't need to do minimap injects. In fact, I would recommend against it, but you can do what you want. The injects were fine here. There is some hope, though a tenuous one at that. Have we run out of replays? Besides X Big XXXJ's 2v2. I have bad habits of watching my fights. Can't look away from a disaster. Not enough shame. We started off with some strong shame, but as time goes on, we seem to get people who actually play the game. But first, it's time for a quick advertising break. Thank you for watching. I'll be right back. Welcome, everyone. I'm Winter, and I'm here to tell you about the most important thing to ever happen to you. For me, this month, here on Twitch. Yes, it's September, everyone, and if you're on YouTube, you can just shut the fuck up for a moment. But here on Twitch, for the low, low price of gifting 5 subs to the people, Twitch will so generously take the money out of their pocket and potentially gift more subs to the people. Now, it's not like they're actually spending it because they can just, like, assign the... That's not really the point. The point is they've managed to create a loot box, but not even playing games, just watching games. Or generously, that's what people do on Twitch, though I'm not entirely convinced nowadays. I'm a bit hypocritical at the moment. But wait, there is more. Did you know that every month for absolutely free, you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice? And we've seen your purchase history, so let us give some recommendations so you don't embarrass yourself. You can subscribe right here, right now, because every moment you don't, you're losing money for me. So subscribe with Prime Gaming, because remember, at Amazon Prime, we know where you live. You told us. So make the difference today. Good luck, and good night. Thank you for sticking around. I know ads are loud and annoying. Thank you, Smaller, gifting 5 subs and Twitch with the +2. And now, better to have 1 queen per base, inject with them, or have them all hotkey to inject as a group. I would say, if you're not hotkeying your queens in any way, you should do that. Doesn't matter what it's for. You need to get in the habit. But I prefer just having 1 queen per base with camera locations, but that's when you have the other queens to actually fight. So. Anyways, Twitch chat will be coaching this one for a moment. I'll be right back.
Good luck, have fun,
get some more water.
Beat him, probably.
Thank you for watching. We'll let the Zergling take over.
Not the probes.
Glory to the Daemon.
Dimensional strings attuned. Oracle perceiving.
Glorious combat is upon us. The firstborn shall persevere.
Finished learning.
Glory to the Daemon.
Fucking nothing's happened. I didn't miss anything.
Our allies' base
The
is under
firstborn
attack.
shall persevere. I have met
A grand total.
Attacking our cute little
Well, you knew they had a Protoss, and you didn't have a shield battery in your mineral line? Because Protoss always goes Stargate. Now, this guy also didn't have a Spore.
Friendo's base is under attack. Our allies are being attacked.
So fancy, Oracle. Well, this game now ends because the Zerg is at 20 workers, right?
We meet our fate.
Yeah, who could have expected this? The Phoenix War! Yep, well, at least this is a relatively high level 2v2.
We must construct additional islands.
It comes down to the Phoenix War and then whatever they can find out on the ground. But at least one Protoss has to go air control. Why is your teammate going for Void Race?
Research complete.
Yell at your teammate and tell them to stop being stupid. Thank you, Demoko. I just don't enjoy 85 months.
Finished learning.
Thanks for the content.
So it's just a bunch of sitting at our base. There's gonna be one fight, then the game's gonna end. Yeah, Storm would be nice. Ah, yes. Microbial Shroud, aka the Storm Me Here spell. I don't have much. Seem to be going pretty well. How many gates? I'm losing my momentum here. 10 gates.
Hey, help your friends. The minerals have up and gone. Our army be scrapped. Hey,
One robo, only 2 stargates. A bit depressing. Oh no, your teammate is microing! Wow. A little late. All right. Well, you can't. It's a bit late to criticize. And no GG. Salty is team game players. Go play 1v1, nerd. And then maybe you can focus on your teammate not having a bad build. 430 warp gate. You think the warp gate timing really decided that? He did fine. Halls of Torment, they released 1.0. Will you play more of it? It's on the list. The list is pretty long right now, by the way. All right, one more. Sniper versus Foxy, assuming we don't get any more paid moments. But apparently this is the rank up from gold to platinum. Wait, wasn't the other replay already in platinum? So this is before it. That's going to be shame anyway. Yeah. Shame on you. Obviously. Even though overall the build was fine. Like, I don't think there's much more for you to do. Besides get carriers quicker. What is that pylon? That was on me wanting a vision pylon. Why do you want a vision pylon at this stage of the... No. Okay, what you do is you go copy max pack. You go find max packs versus each matchup on any VODs, mine preferably, and you just copy them. Because there's not much you can do to... Like, pro players don't put their pylons in a different spot than you should. Same with overlords and supply depots. Like, the early build can be almost directly copied, as there's nothing there that's so advanced that you need to really know about it. It's only once you get to 3 bases and more tech that maybe you don't want to... Stargate is optimistic against Terran, but... Warpgate is overrated. Yeah, Warpgate, the most important upgrade that honestly should be just started by default when the Cybercore finishes.
Glorious combat is upon us.
And we're about to figure out why you don't go for Stargate against Terran. Or he might micro too hard. That's possible. Yeah, he locked on to the Stalker. I lied. You can do whatever you want as long as you spend your money. That's really more the answer. Because having 2 bases, more workers, and more money spent. Notice the supply at this stage of the game. He literally has no units. He just built 2 more Cyclones. I like the going back and macroing. Though you're going to lose the Oracle, obviously, because, obviously. I don't know if it was worth it, but it was a good demonstration. Wait, did you even get Warp Gate yet? Holy shit. Wow. That is an impressive delay. That's a horrible shield battery placement. So the reason you couldn't build it is because you walled it, as you saw. You walled in your probe with the shield battery. Impressive. Okay, remember we talked about gateways and how you should build more than one of them? And here we are again. Or even 2. 5 per base. I'm assuming this game actually happened before the other one, though. So. There's the gates. I do love the building placement past the initial ones is pretty great. Ah, yes.
Bullshit. Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
As long as you have every single tech in the scan, you can't know what you're going for. That's a good point. Oh no. He's about to do something very stupid. Don't do it. So you have 2 choices. 1 is right-click on any of those tanks. 2 is not suicidal.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Kabina. Gifted 5 subs. Okay, until the end of this game, however many subs we get, I will match. Not including the Twitch ones at the end. So double your money for me. Because I want to see how many we get for whatever that amount is. That's 5 right there. Actually 6, I think. 8. We're counting it. Thank you for gifting to the people. For that generosity. Stop. Okay, if you have... Like, if you're in a situation where you have to target fire, you probably fucked up. If you're below Masters, and you think the answer has to be target firing, that something's gone wrong somewhere else. Thank you, Rico. Gifting, what is that, 12? Gifting to the people. Twitch only coming through, or 5. 12 in total. Where the fuck did these void rays come? How many void rays have you been sitting on? I guess it works.
I return to serve. Research complete.
Well, Immortal Void Ray. Charged a lot, Immortal. What happened to 24-hour RTS stream? Well, we ran out of days. Today is the last day of selling out for subs, and we did not reach the goal before that. We reached the goal the moment I put an Angry Coach up, though.
I
And bold comments from someone who's not subscribed. Angry Coach is a bit more concentrated. Not everyone can sit and... So the idea was if we were going to do it, it would have been like Saturday or something. You took away the only incentive for me to sub. Aw, shucks. "24 hours of mediocre, exhausted RTS content was all I wanted in my life. And now, I'll have to settle." So we're building... mech is for Terrans. Notice how the Terran also has mech. You're playing Mech Protoss, which doesn't really work. Because you can't repair your units. It's good, but not so good that you don't need to fill in. Immortals are very good, though. Void Ray's not good. Stalker's also not good. Immortals good. Immortals charge lots in Archons if I had to pick a few units. Okay, so 72, literally doubled the supply right now. Literally twice as much. It's not like even as much in the bank. So like, how much longer does this game go on? Oh, the hype train. All right, we're going to throw it out there. I don't know if it adds it on, but thank you for gifting to the people. I'm feeling generous. We'll see if King Stingy gets one as well. Also, I want to see. So if I get more than 7 here, I think I break even. But I don't think it's the infinite money glitch I was hoping for. But we'll see.
I am uncertain you deserve that.
They gave 5. I got robbed. A little. But you still get a discount on the
yes, yes, yes. Just as I deserve.
Warriors have engaged the enemy. Mineral field.
Oh, but it did count for the hype train thing. How exciting. So, oh yeah, for those wondering how much longer the game goes, it's 10 minutes. That's what I was, I think, rolling around to. Something like that.
I am uncertain you deserve that.
What is that? Oh, I thought that it was 5 for the 10. It was 3 for 10. Still good. Still solid. Thank you, Silhouette59. For the generosity. Thank you very much.
I return to serve. Yes, yes, yes. Just as I deserve.
Mineral field depleted.
All right. That is a lot of... How many immortals? 13 immortals. About to go to 16. And some I mean, that is the premium Protoss army right there. Maybe a little immortal heavy. But, you can never have... I would say you can never have too many, but 16 is certainly testing that theory. Thank you, Moosma.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Okay, okay, we're A-moving, right? We're not right-clicking. The Liberators are just too slow. No, don't go that way! Go the other way! Ah, where are you going? I guess retreating to the shield batteries, but... Get in there! Overcharge! Oh no, no! Don't think! No, my god! Oh, it hurts! Oh no, he's microing! It's such a struggle! Ah, yes, but the Terran sieged up the Liberators, which was his skilled move. Thank you, Silhouette.
It's about.
Haven't always been able to tune in. Well, at least we've been focusing some on YouTube as well. Oh, jeez. Okay. Think that... Oh, nice. Reselected. Somehow, there's only 7 gates in this base. Despite it looking like the entire base is filled, there's a total of 7 gateways. Which we've correctly diagnosed as too few. All right, how long? We got 2 minutes. I'm gonna match it. We feeling lucky. We're pumping these numbers up.
Yes, yes, yes.
I got one.
Just as I deserve.
Ruined. But pumped enough. Artificial pumpery. Nah, never say that again.
Subscriber has been acquired.
Upgrade complete. Vespene geyser exhausted.
Do you even know where you're going, sir? Yes. But you have rocks on your side too, so... Ah, there's battle cruisers in production, of course. Why wouldn't there be battle cruisers in production? Oh no. The greatest nemesis of all. A planetary fortress. See what happens when the Immortals actually... Okay, but I get it. You're doing the, like, I'm macroing now phase. But while you're literally fighting a planetary and the army is missing in action is maybe not the time to go take your macro turn. I get it. We're being all clever here, but... And then, while we were taking the macro turn, the tanks and Liberators sieged up. And what was a resounding victory is turned into a Pyrrhic one. Oh my.
I return to serve. I'm here in the shadows.
Maybe you gotta find where the army is first before you know if you're safe to go take your macro turn. The army is 13 Immortals and 5 Stalkers, and he's building more and more. I do love it. Immortals are very good. I'll give you that. So he could be in this bottom, yeah. You know the base we also took?
I'm here in the shadows.
Scans can't hurt you. Siege tanks hurt you. To be clear, any of these fights, a solid A move without going directly into a choke point. Like if you just spread out a little bit in an A move, you crush it completely. Not the battle cruisers. The battle cruisers are problematic. Okay, I get it. You're taking your macro turn, which is a good instinct, but not when you're dying to battle cruisers again. I guess you do need more gas, but... Oh my. 16 or more. Oh no. I mean, actually it takes quite a while for the battle cruisers to actually kill them. Where are you going, Immortal? The Immortal... Where are they going? The great immortal pilgrimage.
A new subscriber has been acquired.
Tempest, by the way. Tempest. Stalker should also be fine, but I like how we couldn't avoid the select all army, so they came back. And now they're absorbing the battlecruiser fire with their barriers. This is still your camp, yep. I like his micro. 68 PM Terran. On point. This way I could get a flanking attack off. JJ! Well, that was certainly... There were some obvious weak points. But overall, still hopeful. Solid effort. Ready for GM. Maybe not quite yet, but I could see Diamond eventually. If we get over some of the preconceptions. Well, if you're literally a new player, as in a few months, you gotta realize sometimes just hitting him in the face is the option. Like, in this case, just going immortal, not letting them sit back and build 8 battle cruisers before you realize it is clearly the superior option. But GG's. I do see a couple more sent in, but I feel myself losing intense focus. So this will conclude the first Angry Coach Marathon in quite a while. A great sellout, 4 hours-ish of intense coaching action. And several of the players here today actually seemed like they were willing to improve. Which, not all, certainly. But, several. So, which, more than usual, I think. So, I hope everyone enjoyed it. And on the YouTubes especially as well. Stuff like this is probably all going to be on the second channel. As YouTube's pretty, stingy with what it will show to people now that I've spent 95% of my time casting pro games for like the last year and a half, so but we're gonna have some more stuff out there. And for those watching on the second channel, make sure, can we get 100 likes before this gets sent to the less active individuals? Thank you very much. And well, I hope you guys enjoyed the SC2 today. I hope you found it satisfactory, because I'm just going to chill with some of that, because I don't want to play any PvP games. Just man versus self, and man versus filthy aliens. But, you know, the usual. We're also going to be checking out the Against the Storm DLC soon. But I'm not getting into that today. So, thank you for watching on the YouTubes. If you're on Twitch, do not go anywhere else. Thank you for everybody submitting to Angry Coach and all the subs and all of that. I really appreciate it. And, well, more where that came from. I think Angry Coach, like, I want to do it once a month, and it gets better if you do it on a regular basis, because then people kind of know what's going on, but people are still playing. I hear rumblings of both a balance patch and a new season, both of which scare me a little bit considering the intern's history, but with SC2 coming to Game Pass in November, so I think at the very latest, that's when it would be. So, interesting, right? Well, we'll see. But yeah, thank you on the YouTubes. We'll just be on Twitch for the satisfactory. If there are any highlights, I'll make sure to post them.